And the air was just right for Skyrim. So let's find out where we left off. I think we just talked to Ella. Alakir prisoner. Saints Bandit Camp. Anonius Papias. Narfi. Alright, well I'll tell you what, why don't we locate this bandit camp and then we'll cruise through Brittleshin and then we'll come around this way and hit Narfi, go up this way, take out Anonius Papias and then go get Baytild. So that sounds like a plan. So to Brittleshin. We have a plan. Bacon. We got Barbas with us too. Yeah, it'll help keep us alive.
Doings, wares, and wares.
So my bit froggy out. Oh, we're collecting those. You know, if we go up this way, I think there's another sky shard over. Oh, I see it. It's up there by the giant camp. Oh boy, that's a big spider. Oh, they're so fast. Oh, he must have hit me. Must have hit me in the leg. We slowed down a little bit. That sounds like a bar. Hey, we made it up there. What's up, Gears? Just having a lazy day playing some Skyrim. Ended up doing the walk this morning with my granddaughter and with Angel, and then dealing with the little Kai Gator. He's teething, so everything is fair game to chew on, including me. So, but he's a good boy. He's been doing good. No accidents last night. He was able to go out and do his business on his own, and yeah, so that was good. And he's learning to sit for treats. He's definitely very food motivated at this point. He's a growing boy. He's a hungry boy. And he'll follow you. You know, if somebody gets up and Even if he's laying down and sleeping, right? Somebody gets up, he gets up and follows you. And where you going? What you doing? Which is good. He's inquisitive. And he just wants to know what's going on. Alright, Brittle Shin. That's up this way. Oh. The Saints.
All right, hand over your valuables.
That's
or
a
I'll
thief.
gut you like a fish.
You ain't gutting nothing. I'd rather die.
I'd rather die.
Never should have come here.
And a backflip to boot. What you got? Anything good? Not really.
Don't get cocky.
We ran over your burning corpse. This might be fun. We missed?
Hey, over here.
Stop.
I hate archers. Damn elves. You'll pay for this.
We need
Now's
some,
the time to act.
how about we do something like that?
You think you can take me?
Yeah, I do think I can take you. And your little friend here, too. Alright, where's the other one? We lost him, huh? Well, there's two of them. That's one. Let's go get this other one.
A learning moment.
They had a golden bow. 57 damage. Snag. We'll take those too. So what's the damage our bow is doing? 98. Well, we're keeping that one. I do love the shape of that one though. That weighs 10. That weighs 6. Alright, fine. Let's see what we got here. We've got a coin purse. Empty bottles. Golden dagger. What's in the barrel? Tomato. Make some tomato soup. Apple wine. We should really, since we're walking around with a dagger sticking out.
Just need to
I
find
don't
the
know
right
why
angle.
he's out of the gate. But
Not helping, am I?
Alright, where'd you walk off to, buddy? What's up, Gooby?
All right, let's go.
It's going well.
Wait for me in the city.
7800 X3D? Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Well, here's the thing. Do you have an AM5 motherboard? If you have an AM5
White
motherboard,
one.
then that wouldn't be a bad thing. In my case, I'm on an Intel motherboard. So I would need a new motherboard and I would need new RAM. Breaking into NASA and taking one of their computers. I mean, yeah, hello. Yeah, that's what I mean. How you doing, Shot? We're going through Brittleshin. And then we're going to go on a killing spree. Medallions humming. Too low. Gotcha. I see you over there. I wonder if we're going to hear her singing. She does have a really pretty voice. Witcher 4 tech demo? Nah, I'm sure it looks good, but I mean, it's not really a game I'm interested in. Plus, I'm on Kai duty tomorrow, so
Could have dodged
it means I need to play today. My wife has an appointment she's got to go to tomorrow. So I gotta be around to keep an eye on Kai so he doesn't chew the house up. That's an Olgrim. Why are you hiding in there? Skill book. It looked insane. What looked insane? The Olgrim? Fun to watch the breakdown of nanites, go into detail about how that works in UE5. Well, I agree that nanites are... It's like auto LOD. It's built into the game engine. So everything can be a high poly model, but will only be high poly if you're close to it. So it's basically dealt on distance, right? But the game engine itself will reduce the amount of polygons the further something gets away. So I wonder why she's hiding.
Gonna be right down the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, between nanites and lumen, UE5 is a very impressive... Whoa, get out of the way! UE5, very impressive game engine.
I'd run if I were you. I'll return the favor.
I just want to hear you sing, because you sing so beautifully. There we go. And the first time I was ever in here and I heard that, it kind of freaked me out. Like, where's that singing coming from? Oh, hi. Did you steal Angel's spot? Little Kai? Or you just like hanging out with Daddy, huh? Both you and Angel like to hang out right there. Such a good boy. I feel like it would be one big open world, so I'm interested in that. Well, I mean, it may be set up like The Witcher 3, right? Whereas it becomes an open world once you've gone through the story. And that's a little different,
well,
you know?
Do you mind keeping that closed?
What? You mean the cage?
Why, yes. It's quite comfortable in here. But when it's open, there's a bit of a draft.
But the cage door has holes in it.
You do realize that was a joke, don't you? I didn't expect my hero to like a sense of humor.
So you'll come out of the cage?
Maybe. I'd grown quite fond of it. The iron bars, the pattern of squares, and... well, I guess that's it. But I do like squares.
What's your name?
My name is Zora Fairchild, although it was never meant to be ironic. I was once very much a child, and very much fair. So fair, in fact, that the divines saw it fit to punish me with the smart and enviable face. It's always easier to blame the gods for such things, isn't it?
Yes, I noticed the, is that war paint?
Now don't make things awkward. I am more than comfortable with my own burned skin. It is a burn, after all. I've tried washing it to no avail. But it hides the scars. That's a good thing. Now, I wasn't always comfortable with it, but living in a cage tends to alter your perspective.
Was it the necromancer who marred your face?
Ooh, no. Necromancers tend to disapprove of having their specimens damaged. I should know. This is the 11th necromancer who's enslaved me, and all 11 have been as delicate as a lord is with his finest furs. It makes me so sad to disappoint them so. I think this last one was quite excited with his find until he brushed back my hair. I've seen that look on more than enough men to recognize it.
11 times? You can't be serious.
Oh, I am. I do enjoy it. There is
So you
never a
chewing on your
shortage of
toes or what?
wizards who like to use this pass as their lair, nor a shortage of heroes who travel through it.
He's like, but it's fair game. It's just sitting there by itself.
Where were you headed when you were captured?
I was on my way north to the icy tundra. It's quite vast, quite icy, and extremely dull, which is precisely why I visit it. Some people look at a blank portrait and see only emptiness. I see an opportunity to paint.
What do you mean?
Imagine a vast field of pure white, soft as a pillow wrapped in a cloud. From a distance, you might think it's snow. Yet, when you come to the lip of its feathery shore and run your fingers through crowns of ivory, you'll know you have arrived in Whiterun. Home of Tamriel's most beautiful and profitable tundra cotton field. Zora's Field, as it's known to the locals.
Are you sure it can survive in such a climate?
I certainly hope so. It is called tundra cotton. Otherwise they should have changed the name.
Don't you want that? That's not free. Come on.
Follow me. I could use your help.
You have my steel.
I do like Zora. Little Breton girl, big sword. I can dig it.
You'd think caves would be a great place to meet adventurers like us. But slaying bandits is fun too.
What's up, assassin? Welcome.
Is that all you
Pinpoint accuracy.
can? Needs to do better than that.
It's a booby. A blue-footed booby. I've actually seen those in real life. Down in Puerto Vallarta. Alright, so now we're going... We checked that out.
The big icon you're holding is so bright, I think you can go blind by staring at it. But I can't help myself.
We're going after Narfi. Yeah, so far it's been good. I went for a walk with my granddaughter and my oldest dog, Angel. We did 4.5 miles. I made about 2.5 miles barefoot. My granddaughter made about half a mile barefoot. I was pretty impressed. Because she sees Grandpa and she wants to do the same thing Grandpa's doing, so tell her, okay, it's a little rough, but she's a trooper. And she got to throw some coins into the pond and make some wishes, and so that was cool. Then I came back and I've been dealing with little Kai Gator. He's teething, so he was trying to eat my gaming chair earlier. I was trying to nudge him away from it and he growled at me. I was chewing on that. I know you were, but that's not an appropriate chew toy. We bought you a bunch of chew toys, and what are you chewing on? You're chewing on slippers and you're chewing on my gaming chair. So, yeah, yum. It's the little plastic handle that makes it so the chair rocks, or you can lock it so it doesn't rock. Yeah, but it sticks down kind of underneath the chair, so it's right at the right height for him to like get a hold of. And it's got like a hard plastic handle to it, and yeah, that was perfect for chewing. He's a good boy though. Like I said, the first night he was here, he didn't know how to work the doggy door, so we woke up to like 3 piles of poop, and then he had runny poop that was everywhere, and we had the fan on, so it dried and kind of stuck to the floor, and so I had to get down on my hands and knees with a scrubby sponge and clean it all up, and then we steamed the whole floor and mopped the whole floor, get it all. So yeah, that was something to do first thing in the morning, when you get up. But then we started working on showing him the doggy door. And how to work it. So he learned how to work the doggy door.
You make such a good team.
And then we were taking him out every 15 minutes and showing him, hey, this is where you go pee. You go pee and poo on the lawn. And yeah, just had to do that for one day. And so now it's been 2 nights or 2 mornings we woke up and that room has been clean. So he caught on really quick. Smart boy. He's a smart boy. Stop moving around. Flaming bodies falling from the bridge. Nice. Alright, we're jogging. So yeah, we got a smart one, and he's got a good disposition too. Other than teething and wanting to chew on everything. But that's to be expected. So we don't do two-handed attacks. We don't need two of those. We'll take that though, and we'll take that. Hey, you know what?
Yes?
I want to talk to you about your outfit, but I also want to trade something with you.
I need to trade some things with you.
Because you're a two-handed weapon person.
Alright, I'll carry this for you.
She could use both of those. And then let's talk to you about your outfit. How do we want to dress up Zora? She'd look good in... Well, that ain't what I'm looking for. Nova or Aquila. That one. Oh yeah.
You go.
Nice. That's Pine Watch. So we gave her something nice to wear. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Don't you ever get tired of this? You're no obstacle. Stop acting like a lunatic.
We better drink a potion. That's helpful.
Confidence personified.
Nice. Thanks for the help there. We have a moose.
You don't scare me.
There's a moose on the loose, and he's gonna cook your goose.
Pick a god and pray.
Learn something from that fight.
Don't you worry. I'll sleep perfectly fine tonight.
Well, we cooked the moose's goose. Now, why would a moose have a venison chop? That's what I want to know. Wouldn't they have a moose chop? So we're taking bets. How many hours before we get a crash? So far we're 34 minutes in, so...
Did you hear something?
What made you so angry? Don't you want to live?
Just die! You're gonna die for that.
You're committing crimes. Threading lightly.
Divide and conquer.
That's your best.
Oh, we conquered.
Think you can take me?
Oh, there's somebody still alive over there.
I'll try and make this I'm gonna bleed you.
There's a bunch still alive over there. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know who bet on 35 minutes. Maybe I kind of jinxed myself. That's a bummer. All right, let's find out what it is. So is it going to give me a crash log? Yes, it is. Maybe I should just not mention anything about it, you know? Downloaded the Siri voice from Discord. I love it, but I have Triss voice before there are more patches for Siri. Love it. Okay. Well, I'm glad you like it. FX Fire with Embers. Nav Mesh Obstacle Manager. Something in a foreign language. Form ID is 21. That is a weird thing. That's probably the issue right there. Fire with Embers logs. Dynalod. Job threads. Alright, well, that's not really telling me a whole lot other than it's potentially a nav mesh issue. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do a complete do-over. You know what we could do? We could play the Forgotten mod list. Should we try to play the Forgotten mod list? The mod list you can't get anymore? Vagabond. 4,501 mods. Does take quite a while to load up though. Where's Dindalod? Oh, we don't want that. I don't know if I really want to play this. I mean, we could. What do you guys think? Should we play my list, or should we try to play Vagabond? How about Rudy for Nat 3? Or we could do Ebony. Yes, I do. His name is Kai, and he's 2 months old. And he's got very, very bright blue eyes. These are all reshades. Yeah, my wife, I mean, we had to put our one dog down about a year ago, Harley. She made 14 and a half years. She was a good dog, but she had degenerative heart disease, and yeah, her body finally gave up on her. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back and play my own list. So it was time. My wife said, I want a puppy. So we went and we looked around, and she did a lot of looking online, and we found Kai. What race is he? Well, he's a Husky Labrador mix. And he's just super cute. Um, Let me see if I can do this. That's Kai. And like I said, he's such a cutie with those bright blue eyes. So that's Kai. Kai means ocean. Kai. So he's named after his eye color, pretty much. But yeah, he's a good boy. So yeah, tomorrow I won't be streaming because I'm on Kai watching detail. Right now he's probably out there hanging out with my wife and my granddaughter and chewing up slippers and, doing puppy things, driving Angel crazy. It's funny because they play together and she's almost 10 years old, right? And Kai's like 2 months old. And so, and he's about this big and she's about that big, you know? So he'll jump up and try to put his paws on her, and he's got the cutest little bark. He barks at her. So it's funny to watch. And she's playing with him, her mouth's open, but she's always the side of her head, you know. She doesn't actually bite him. And then he follows her around and like, what are you doing? Where are you going? What's going on? He's just such a cute puppy. Definitely got a lot of lab in him though, for sure. Um, he's super mellow. Whereas Angel's got the shepherd in her, right? She wants to hunt. He wants to fetch and he wants to follow. Uh-oh. Uh, that's better.
That's assault.
Bench of a nut.
Don't get cocky.
Enough. This is now.
Where's the other one? All right, let's try this again. Squirrel!
That beacon you're holding is so bright, I think you can go blind by staring at it. Can't help myself.
Yeah. They're like an ice blue. That's the husky. Those eyes are definitely husky. But yeah, the head shape and kind of his color. I don't know, his color is kind of a mix, the lab husky, because it's a lab color, but then he's got like the black stripe down his back, the white on his chest. Just a really cute pup. And smart. And he's a good boy. I think he's going to be super easy to train because he wants to be around people. He wants to follow. He wants to know what's going on. He's very inquisitive.
I won't tolerate this. No stopping me.
We just killed him by kicking him off the cliff.
Is that all you get? Just a scratch.
Time to finish this.
Time to end this.
Body parts laying in the road.
Who knows? I might spare you.
No, I don't think we're sparing him. Let's change this back. We gotta read the bandit leader's journal too. Yeah, definitely husky. But just really a looker, you know. Yeah, but that head shape, that's... Why are you walking all barefoot?
Oh, such colors.
That'll teach them.
Kill Narfi. Kill. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go kill Narfi. You've slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood. Gotta stay warm. That is a dead horse. Who killed the horse? Yeah, we've heard him bark. I haven't heard him howl yet. That's what I'm waiting for with the husky. That looks like a manic mage.
You're big and
I learned something from that fight. Don't get hit.
Yeah, we took him out last time we were here. Had to stop and warm up. And I like you very much. But you're only such a little fellow in a wide world after all. Well, should we throw a save here? Yeah, we probably should. And then we'll go kill Narfi. Glad you watch my streams. Find so many mods I try out and enjoy. Well, I'm happy to share things that I found that I like. You know, you must have good taste. You like the same things. And yes, I'm a little biased. Actually, I'm a lot biased. Where's Narfi?
It all comes down to this.
Narfi. Bye, Narfi. Say hi to the Corvid. Yeah, bye, Narfi. I do like, okay, that's, it's the light version of Assassin Tools that allows you, if you're in sneak mode and you sneak up behind them and you click on them, it'll give you the option to either pickpocket them or assassinate them. So I really like that feature. So let's say I'm sneaking up on somebody, right? if I can sneak up on anybody here. Anyhow, but it'll give me the option to either assassinate them or pickpocket them. So I do like that one. That's a good mod. The larger version of Assassin Tools has things like exploding arrows and a bunch of other stuff. But it's much heavier on the script load. Yeah, and it'll always play the animation of the, you know, you slitting their throat. As long as you're in sneak. Oh, pardon me. I'm a little tired. $18.35. Okay, so now we got to go after Anonius Papias. Yo, over the waterfall. And Anonius Papias is this way. There's a dragon over there.
World is my oyster.
So yeah, if you come up behind him, it says pickpocket, right? If I have a weapon out, though, it should give me assassinate or pickpocket. And I should be able to cancel that. If I move far enough away from them. Well, I guess I have to choose one of the two. Yeah, I think they have rope arrows also, where you can shoot arrows on the full version of Assassin Tools. You shoot a rope arrow and it drops a rope and you'll be able to climb the rope. So it allows you to get to places that you wouldn't normally be able to get to. I'm pretty sure it's called Assassin Tools
Yes?
or Sneak Tools. Give me a second and
Right behind you.
I'll look it up. Okay, this is the one right here. So I use the minimal version one. Just has slit throat, kill sleeping targets ability. Comes with MCM to toggle these abilities on and off, as well as kill essential targets and toggle menu. So this is good. So I'm using the minimal version here. The full version has things like a blackjack where you can knock people out, has exploding arrows, different kinds of arrows, where you can have little, I don't know, they've got like little ampules on the end of them that will do different things. And then you've got rope arrows too, blackjacks, and just to knock people out without killing them. I'll give you a link. There you go. So, but yeah, I just used the minimal version. And you can see most people use the minimal version. 35,005, 35.5 thousand downloads. And this has 1.4 thousand downloads. So yeah, most people are just using the minimal version.
So I killed 4. The cat poses, looks at him and says, "Whoa, a talking dog!"
Alright, what do we got here? Oh, okay. Back to the game. Oh, no problem.
Someone do something.
Alright, did I... Darn it. Buffering and restarting the stream? I have no idea. Let me check on this. Well, we are dropping frames, so something's going on with YouTube.
lucky hit. Is that it? Is that your best? Looks like that's the last of them. You really make for a deadly pair.
$191 gold for that one. Oh, Demented Mage. Yeah, you gotta figure that's probably some freezing rain
All right.
there.
Hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a fish.
I don't have time for this.
Don't you walk away from me.
You've made your decision, as have I.
Mercy!
I'm stronger with each fight. At least I like to think so.
I'm staying out of it.
Ash pile. Chicken. Cooked chicken. Yeah, chicken got cooked alright. Anonius.
None of you have the courage to face this threat. Cool as ice.
Oh, hey.
That was a good workout.
Charis dog. Troll pillager.
Ah, Riverwood!
Brewing up a plan?
Yeah, brewing up a plan.
Good job, you're so strong.
Bye, Anonius. I'll see you later. Now we gotta go get Baytailed. You die, she dies, everybody dies.
Don't worry. Be happy. It takes courage to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. I sometimes get called impolite because of my direct nature. Whatever. I've heard that tune plenty of times. Yet here I am,
Still
dancing.
dancing.
Never place your trust in us. We're only human. Inevitably, we will disappoint you.
All right.
It's good to appreciate the magic of the moment. It takes courage to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Years of love are forgotten in the hatred of one moment. There's something truly special about walking across an empty land and feeling Nirn work her magic right beneath my feet. We're all leaves of one tree and drops of one ocean. It's good to appreciate the magic of the moment.
Should we try this? I'm pretty sure I fixed the issue with it, so we're gonna try it. I would say we're okay. And here we are. What time is it? It's still morning. Well, why don't we go do Arander?
Rustlife, I've been wondering. Maybe after the baby is born.
The curse. It has to be.
Suddenly,
I've got to get
I've
out of
lost
this
my
town.
appetite.
Need something?
Get a hold of yourself. They're just dreams. Please
Thorin
tell
runs
her,
the inn.
Erander.
Speak to him.
Listen to your friend, Fuki. They are just dreams, my dear. I assure you that it is quite normal.
It's the same dream over and over again. You think that's normal?
I don't like
It's
taking
evil,
orders
I
from a
tell
boy, but I need to
Erander,
go.
She has a point. You keep telling us no harm will follow these dreams.
Until
but they
next
must be an
time.
omen.
Give him a chance to speak. He's trying to help us.
Everyone, please. I'm doing what I can to end these nightmares. In the meantime, all I ask is you remain strong and put your trust in Lady Mara.
I will. Thank you.
I used to hate big crowds.
Hi there.
But then I realized the more people,
Huh?
the more likely they'd find someone else to stare at.
What troubles you, my daughter?
What's wrong with everyone around here?
The entire town is being plagued by horrible nightmares. They're in serious danger, but I'm afraid there's little I can do about it.
What could you do anyway? Dreams aren't real.
These dreams are manifestations created by the Daedric Lord, Vermina. She has an awful hunger for our memories. In return, she leaves behind nightmares. Not unlike a cough marks a serious illness. I must end her terrible influence over these people before the damage becomes permanent.
What's your plan?
I need to return to the source of the problem, to Nightcaller Temple. Perhaps you'd be willing to assist me in that regard.
What do you mean, return? You've been there.
I've already said too much. If anyone overhears what we're saying, it could start a panic. I would simply ask that you trust me, and help me end Dawnstar's nightmares.
I can't trust you. You're hiding something.
Your concerns are understandable. Trust is a very difficult commodity to come by these days. I can only give you my word as a priest of Mara that my intentions are honorable.
What if we tell him, sorry, I can't?
Sorry, I can't.
I understand. If you should change your mind, I'll be here.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything.
Yes, my daughter.
Well, we're gonna have to
What
tell
is
him
it
we
I can
trust
help
him.
with?
I've decided to help you end the nightmares.
Mara be praised. Nightcaller Temple is only a short walk from Dawnstar. Come, we must hurry.
We still got Barbas with us too.
Huh? Follow me. It's this way.
How about you follow me? I know the way.
It
Stand
feels
by the
good to
fire.
finally have a chance to help these people. Helplessly watching them suffer has been difficult. The tower on that hill is our destination. People around here call it the Tower of the Dog.
He's deceiving you. Come on, little Brenton girl can keep up. Come on, Arander.
Be a coincidence. What was that?
Lucky. Come on, is that
I'll
all
see
you
you
got?
burn.
You have not won yet. You need to do better than that. Not quite.
There's trouble
good
everywhere.
enough. Looks like that was the last of them. But we should be cautious in case there are others.
Tell me about it, Arander.
Before we enter, I must warn you about the dangers that could be lurking within. Years ago, this temple was raided by an orc war party seeking revenge. They were being plagued by nightmares, just like the people of Dawnstar.
Were they successful?
No. Knowing they could never defeat the orcs, The priests of Vermina released what they called the miasma, putting everyone to sleep.
Oh, is that why I'm tired? It's a miasma. It's the miasma.
Why is it dangerous if they're asleep?
I'm concerned that when this place is unsealed, the miasma will dissipate and they'll awaken. Both orcs and priests alike.
Okay.
Once we get inside, all will become clear.
I have coffee too, it just doesn't wake me up anymore. I did have a long walk this morning. And I did 100 push-ups and 100 crunches, so... But I do that pretty much every morning. Except for Sundays. I don't do it on Sunday because I'm walking about 5.5 miles on Sundays.
Give me just a moment, and I'll have this open.
The source of Dawnstar's woes.
Now I can show you the source of the nightmares. Over here.
Behold the skull of corruption.
Behold the skull of corruption, the source of Dawnstar's woes. We must reach the inner sanctum and destroy it. Come, there's no time to lose.
Watch out for Brother Varen.
Be careful.
That's all you got? Come like the... Victory is yours.
What a coward. Didn't even put... Damn it! The priests must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released.
Looks difficult to breach.
Impossible, actually. I wonder. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library and confirm it can be done.
You seem to know an awful lot about this place.
I suppose there's no point in concealing the truth any longer. My knowledge of this temple comes from personal experience. I was a priest of Vermina.
You should have told me the truth.
Yes, you're right. I should have. But I didn't know what to say. When the orcs raided the temple, I fled. I left my brothers and sisters behind to die. I've spent the last few decades living in regret and seeking redemption from Mara.
So, do we kill him or do we let him live?
I will right my wrongs.
All right, I'm ready.
I still have my key to the library. Whenever you're ready, let's move on. We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. It's just up here. Be careful. We're certain to find more of the awakened within.
I'm trying. That's your best, huh?
What happened?
Wait.
Don't push your luck, Sunshine.
What
are you so angry? Fools like you keep me active. Don't you ever get tired?
Himself gets surrounded. Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need.
What am I looking for?
We're looking for a book of alchemical recipes called the Dream Stride. The tome bears the likeness of Vermina on the cover. It should be here somewhere.
Found it.
Let me take a look. Mara be praised.
Mara be
There is a
praised.
way past the barrier to the inner sanctum. It involves a recipe for a liquid known as Vermina's torpor.
The torpor.
Is that some type of potion?
Yep, sure is.
Yes. The torpor grants an ability the priests of Vermina called the Dream Stride, using dreams to travel distances in the real world.
Try not to lit the book on fire there.
That's amazing!
Quite amazing, yes. Alchemy and the blessings of a divine, distilled down into a ingestible liquid. Sadly, I have yet to see it function in person.
And the blessings of a Daedra, you mean?
I'm going to be your test subject then.
As a sworn priest of Mara, the elixir won't work for me. The torpor will only work for priests of Vermina, or the unaffiliated.
Sounds dangerous. How can you be certain?
I will not lie to you. There is some risk involved. The last time the torpor was imbibed could have been decades ago. But I swear upon Lady Mara that I will do everything within my power to prevent any harm from befalling you.
Do you know where we can find the torpor?
All believe there is a laboratory in the East Wing. If we proceed there, we should be able to locate a sample. The laboratory adjoins the library. I'm hoping we'll find a sample of the torpor left undamaged.
Dark mages make this place their home. In that sense, it's appropriately decorated.
What was that? The miasma. What?
The miasma. They're still here. Stop them! Yeah. Mercy! You're pathetic!
You dance like a stuntman. We're routed!
You're big and tough, I get it!
Mara be praised. Now that they've been dealt with, we need to find the torpor.
A small bottle.
How will I know what it looks like?
It should be in a small bottle, very similar to a potion. I'll begin searching up here. The torpor should be in a tall bottle with dark liquid. If you find it, bring it to me.
He said, bring me the torpor.
Smooth operator.
Never. Hey, look, the torpor. Amongst all these other really cool ingredients. Rancid orker meat. I think I'll pass on that.
Yes, my daughter. What is it I can help with?
Drink it. Drink it now.
I found the torpor.
I'm relieved you discovered a bottle intact.
I need more coffee.
This place looks as though it was ransacked by the orcs. So, I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Drink.
Here? Now?
Dawnstar's fate rests in that tiny bottle. The longer we wait, the more damage Vermina could be doing to those poor people. I understand your hesitation, but I promise you that it works. Let's continue. We still have much to do.
No. Oh, you're kidding me. So today's going to be one of those days, I see. Everybody drink. See if it gives me a crash log. Looks like it's going to. Feet, animated objects, seen root, Thoric. Monk boots, NPC calm. So that's giving me an issue like it's a nemesis file. Which makes me really want to try Pandora. Alright, well, I'm going to go grab some coffee, and I'll be back. I should have really checked that. Let me do this again. Because it may have produced some files. Getting ahead of myself. It did produce some files. Okay, so it was missing those. Now we can go get coffee. full cup of coffee. I wonder if we have to go through all of that. Finding the torpor again and everything? Probably. That's terrible. But it was definitely a... was an issue with the...
Yes, my daughter.
Oh my
What is
gosh,
it I
we
can
gotta go
help
through
with?
all this again. Come on. Open the door.
Give me just a moment, and I'll have this open.
Here's my angel. I don't see my Kai though. Alright, we gotta go through
Now
all
I
of
can
this
show you
again.
The source of the nightmares. Over here.
Behold the skull of corruption.
Behold the skull of corruption. The source of Dawnstar's woes. We must reach the inner sanctum and destroy it. Come, there's no time to lose.
We fight to the last. That it? Come on. Let's see what you're made of.
I promise to answer all of your questions. Follow me. Damn it! The priest must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released.
Looks difficult to breach.
Impossible, actually. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library.
No, the stream
and
did not
confirm
start
it can
over
be done.
again. We
You
crashed.
seem to know an awful lot about this place.
We were missing some Nemesis files.
My knowledge of this temple comes from
So-
personal experience.
You should have
I
told
was
me
a
the
priest
truth.
of their meaning.
We're gonna kind of go...
Yes, when the orcs raided the temple, I fled. I left my brothers and sisters
Thought I
behind
saw
to
Lochnar
die.
rolling around here.
I've spent the last few
Yeah?
decades living in regret and seeking redemption from
All right, I'm ready.
But
No.
I still have my key to the library. Whenever you're ready, let's move on.
And his English was pretty good for an ape.
We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible.
You'll have to do better than that. I can see why they made this guy his leader. This guy was a wimp. I figured I'd play it tough. Where is the girl? Give me the girl or die.
It's just up here.
Well, if I have a choice, I'll take death.
Be careful. We're certain to find more of the awakened within.
Hey man, got any more of that Nyborg left? Just one bag.
Prepare yourself.
You think that's enough? Nah, go for broke.
Under attack!
My will is unbreakable.
So ended the
Such
lesson.
a good team.
Cake or death? Well, if I have my choice, I'll take death.
This library used to be filled with arcane volumes. Now, almost every...
They mustn't stop! They're still here! Stop them!
Kill the defilers!
I will persevere.
Yeah, fight a Dunmer.
I'm sorry, but this is the end of you.
Good enough.
That was fun. Hiding is a good way to lose weight. Except if you look.
Be careful.
Dust is what you'll soon get.
Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need.
What am I looking for?
We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need. Good. I've been itching for a fight.
They're still here! Stop them!
Run while you
Still
can.
under attack!
You will regret that.
Barring any more interruptions, perhaps we can locate the information I need.
What am I looking for?
We're looking for a book of alchemical recipes called the Dream Stride. The tome bears the likeness of Vermina on the cover. It should be here somewhere.
Found it.
Let me take a look. Mara be praised. There is a way past the barrier to the inner sanctum. It involves a recipe for a liquid known as Vermina's torpor.
Is that some type of potion?
Yes. The torpor grants an ability the priests of Vermina called the Dream Stride, using dreams to travel distances in the real world.
Stupid asshole. Nobody touches Harry Canyon unless I want him to.
That's impossible.
I assure you, the Dream Stride is well known in Verminian lore. Sadly, I have yet to see it function in person.
I'm going to be your test subject then.
As a sworn priest of Mara, the elixir won't work for me. The torpor will only work for priests of Vermina, or the unaffiliated.
Sounds dangerous. How can you be certain?
I will not lie to you. There is some risk involved. The last time the torpor was imbibed could have been decades ago. But I swear upon Lady Mara that I will do everything within my power to prevent any harm from befalling you.
Do you know where we can find the torpor?
I believe there is a laboratory in the East Wing. If we proceed there, we should be able to locate a sample.
Okay.
The laboratory adjoins the library. I'm hoping we'll find a sample of the torpor left on... Wait.
Get him! There you are!
Oh, there's somebody still alive.
You'll regret
Are you okay?
Sweet. Now that they've been dealt with, we need to find the torpor.
Yep, we do.
We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. Now that they've been dealt with,
Oh
we
my
need
gosh.
to find the torpor.
I know.
We mustn't tarry. The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible.
I must admit I have a soft spot.
Now that they've been dealt with, we need to
I
find
guess we
the
need to
torpor.
talk to Aranda or he's gonna keep stopping us.
How will I know what it looks like?
It should be in a small bottle, very similar to a potion. I'll begin searching up here. The torpor should be in a tall bottle with dark liquid. If you find it, bring it to me.
State your name for the record. I am Hanover Fist. know the defendant, Captain Stern. I know Captain Stern. And never did they live a finer, more decent human being. I promised him 35,000 Zuleks to testify on my behalf. He's never done anything immoral. Unless you count all the times he sold dope disguised as a nun. And he's never done anything illegal. Unless you count the preschooler's prostitute ring. He's a shining pillar of society. Oh, come on, give me a break. I am going to save this time. He's nothing but a low-down, double-dealing, backstabbing, larcenous, perverted worm. Hanging's too good for him. Burning's too good for him. He should be torn into little bitsy pieces and buried alive. I'll kill him. Alright, we're going to put a save right here. But I'm pretty sure that the problem was a corrupted Nemesis file.
Yes, my daughter. What is it I can help with?
Because when we reran, it was giving me the NPC comm thing.
I found the torpor.
And then when I reran Nemesis, it produced
discovered a bottle
files.
intact. This place looks as though it was ransacked
they
by
were
the
missing.
orcs. So, I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Drink.
Oh, that was... Those are lines straight from the Heavy Metal movie.
Here?
Which I've seen
Now?
literally
Dawnstar's
hundreds
fate
of times.
rests in that tiny bottle.
When I was
Longer
young,
wait,
we used to go to the midnight
more
movies.
damage Vermina could be doing
And they
to those
played
poor
they played
people.
two movies
I
generally at the
understand
midnight
your
movies. They
hesitation,
played
but I
Rocky Horror
promise you
Picture
that it
Show
works.
and they played Heavy Metal. And I was more of a fan of Heavy Metal than Rocky
Let's
Horror
continue.
Picture Show.
We still have much to do.
You singing Rocky Horror over there? Are you a virgin?
Give him a toast.
Oh yeah, throwing toast.
The orcs have breached the inner sanctum, Brother Varen.
We must hold. We can't allow the skull to fall into
My
their
wife's over there
hands.
singing a Rocky Horror.
No more than a handful of us remain, brother.
Then we have no choice.
Are we doing the time warp
miasma
again?
Must be released.
Let's do the time warp
But
again.
brother,
We have no alternative. It's the will of Vermina. And what about you, Brother Casimir? Are you prepared to serve the will of Vermina?
Like that with Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Oh my gosh. I can do the same thing with Monty Python.
I've made my peace. I'm ready.
I've seen that one a billion
Then
times
it's
too.
decided. Brother Casimir, you must activate the barrier and release the miasma. Let nothing stop you. Brother Thoric, we must remain here and guard this skull with our lives if necessary.
agreed to the death.
Then let it be done. Farewell.
I'll show you what a real
It's pronounced Frankenstein.
Please don't hold back.
you puny weak. I'll show you a real Just give up. You can't win.
So it was you playing the violin? Yes.
You're a fool this
And you smoking the cigar? Yes. And so you and Frankenstein were, he was my boyfriend.
Found your mark?
The bunny and the holy hand grenade, yes.
I'll show you what a real
I actually have that rabbit in my mod list. We can go visit him. The killer rabbit of Carbonol. Damn your eyes, too late. Oh, Marty Feldman, yeah. 1 week dead, 1 month dead. Yeah. Recently dead. I ain't got nobody. Marty Feldman. Carbanon. Yes, that's the name. Are you gonna come and talk to me or what, dude? Do I have to hang out here the whole time? Oh, I need to take that. That's what. No. I was waiting.
It worked. Mara be praised.
Abby, somebody
you
or
vanished
other.
after drinking the torpor.
Abby,
and materialized
normal.
on the other side. I've never seen anything quite like it.
You let me use an abnormal brain?
It was remarkable, as if I were really there.
How I envy you. I could only imagine the excitement of seeing history through the eyes of another. Sadly, I am resigned to just reading of its wonders through my research of the skull.
A big mute. A very large mute.
We can discuss it later. We need to proceed.
Indeed. My reverence for Vermina's machinations should not take precedence over our
But
mission.
wait, I was gonna
My
make espresso.
apologies. The inner sanctum lies ahead. We must reach the
Trabucher.
skull and put an end to Dawnstar's troubles. Lead on, my friend.
There's so many good lines in all those movies, you know.
Come, we must get to the skull and destroy it.
Alright, we're gonna get to the skull and destroy it, but we're gonna put another save right here. It's just a bunny. You had me all I soiled my armor.
What was that?
You are the primary aggressor here.
Ha! Found you.
Stop them!
So ended the lesson.
That was easy. Ask your questions, gatekeeper. I am not afraid. What is your name? What is your quest?
Be careful. I knew it.
What is the latent airspeed of a swallow? What do you mean, African or European swallow? I don't know that.
Come on. Let's see what you're made of. Well, over here. It's what you want, huh?
Well, if you're a king, you have to know these things.
Don't worry, it was that one's head.
I'm not afraid to get my hands a little dirty.
No, they don't. Well, that's because there's so much of them that's not politically correct anymore. Like Blazing Saddles. If they played Blazing Saddles today, there would be so many offended people. It wouldn't even be funny. I mean, it used to be that, you know, we would just poke fun at the stupid things in the world. Now we get offended at them.
Care of them?
Wait.
And this is my band of merry men. Fagala? No, we're just merry.
Baron, Thoric, you're alive. No thanks to you, Casimir. I no longer use that name. I'm Miranda, priest of Mara. You're a traitor. You left us to die and then ran before the miasma took you. No, I was scared. I wasn't ready to sleep. Enough of your lies. I can't allow you to destroy the skull, priest of Mara. Then you leave me no choice.
Huh?
Over here!
Vermina, forgive me.
Just a scratch.
You'll get your wish.
Put Arender.
Yes, I have that mod in my game. He's over by the... Well, there's a farmhouse that was added back in by cutting room floor. And next to kind of a plateau where
they were my friends.
A couple of
Is this punishment for
necromancers
my
are
past? Is it Mara's will to torment me so?
summoning a bunch of undead.
I knew Varen and Thoric. They were my friends. Is this
Giant
punishment
crab
for my
grave?
past?
No.
Is it Mara's will to torment me so?
Further back. Across from Brittleshin Pass. So if you come out of Brittleshin Pass, going north, and keep going, it'll be on your right-hand side.
They were trying to kill us.
And had they succeeded, Dawnstar's fate would be sealed. You have a unique way of looking at things, my friend. It's time. The skull must be destroyed. If you'll stand back, I'll perform the ritual granted to me by Lady Mara. First, an incantation to remove the barrier.
He's deceiving you.
I call upon you, Lady Mara. The
Careful
skull
movements.
hungers. It yearns for memories and leaves nightmares in its wake. Grant me the power to break through this barrier.
Should we kill him?
To send the skull to the depths of oblivion.
He's deceiving you. When the ritual's complete, the skull will be free, and then Arender will turn on you. Quickly, kill him now. Kill him and claim the skull for your own. Vermina commands you.
You show spirit, I'll give you that much. Fools like you keep me active. How long have you been practicing that one?
Well, I'm doing things kind of to be a bad guy because I don't know. Are we? We haven't even done that yet, have we? No, we haven't. Whatever. If you let him live, he can be a follower, which is kind of cool, but then you don't have the really cool Skull of Corruption that you can collect. I agree. There's no right or wrong way to play it. You can. Sometimes I can let him live. Sometimes I kill him. It's just one of them things. Depends on how I feel at the moment. This time he had to die. So I killed him. Someone's at the door. Well, I'll be here when you get back. Well, it's not late enough yet. We have to go kill Beeteld.
Divine sake, Scald. Who do you think we're threatening with our old war? We're not soldiers.
I'm really not in the mood. State your business or take your leave.
He's proud of his service, Scald. The Legion taught us loyalty.
I represent the Dark Brotherhood. Your death is at hand.
What? Well, we'll see about that now, won't we? Never should have come here.
I'm getting out of here.
I encourage you to take a breath and reassess the situation.
You all right? You seem tired.
I'm fine. I just... Are you worried about this war?
No.
Mercy!
Yeah.
Fools are actually fighting.
I do love a little suspense.
We're dropping you right there.
Don't get cocky.
Keep your hands to yourself.
All right. You've had enough.
I would... Y'all, stop right there.
Yeah? How much I owe you?
You caught me. I'll pay off my bounty.
Smart woman. Now come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine, of course. Until next time.
So I can fix a door? Okay. Well, no more Beeteld. She ran, though. I'm not used to her running. Usually I wait till nighttime and I just catch her in her house. Talk to her there and kill her. Let me guess, my husband. Oh, it's Taco Tuesday today, too. So we got $1 tacos.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they're good. Feed everybody for like $5.
Now you're mine. Someone, do something.
At least I like to think so.
Fried catfish, that's pretty good too. But we, you know, we went out for to try this place out. And it was just really, really good. And tacos for $1. $1 a piece. Yeah, I can't beat that. So the first time I went there with my wife, I think we got 4 tacos and 2 drinks. And with a tip, It was under 10 bucks. And then I went there with my daughter and my wife. Well, my youngest daughter and my wife. And I think 3 drinks and 6 tacos, less than 15 bucks. And the last time I went, I just picked up 4 tacos. I didn't order any drinks, and it was less than $5. You know, so yeah, you can't beat that. And the tacos are pretty good. You know, you eat a couple of tacos, you're pretty full. I like it. And the best ones are the carnitas tacos. Those are the best ones. Tried the chicken, the carnitas, and the pastor. But really the best is the carnitas, I think. But yeah, it makes me kind of look forward to Tuesdays. Taco Tuesday.
You never talk much about yourself, do you, Hook? I swear, these past 30 years, you've been at my side, and I think I care.
Yeah, they're just like street tacos, but they're packing a bunch of meat in them. So I'm sure it costs more than $1 to make them. And this is a relatively new restaurant, so I think what they're doing is they're trying to get people to come in and get hooked on the food, you know. And then they'll probably stop doing Taco Tuesday, so. But right now they do Taco Tuesdays, so they've got certain tacos that they'll make for $1 a piece. So there's two little tortilla, soft tortilla, and meat and cilantro and onion, and then they've got 4 different kinds of salsa. They've got an orange one that's habanero that's pretty good, and then my favorite, they've got a green one that's kind of a, I don't know, guac salsa verde kind of thing. That one's pretty good too. Tacos. Let's see if I can find a picture. Sure I can. Tacos. Let me do this. Let me do that, so I can actually see this. But yeah, that's what a couple of tacos looks like there.
My fourth
Oh yeah, they're good.
was quite handsome. Thin rows of muscle.
They're good.
But he had scales.
Those are the carnitas ones there.
It wasn't an art.
Actually, that's what I do when I go to Mexico, is I talk to people about where the good taco place is. But the last time I asked somebody, we rented some bicycles. We were in Nuevo Vallarta, and I talked to the people at the bicycle rental place, and I'm like, hey, where's a good taco place around here? And they're like, well, not really tacos, but there's a couple that runs a fishing charter. And they go out fishing every morning, and then in the afternoon they make ceviche, fresh ceviche from all the fish and stuff that they caught, and they sell that, and they'll sell out in about 2 hours. So if you're not there when they pull up, you're pretty much not getting any, right? But they make shrimp ceviche and like an octopus. And so the lady who worked there walked us over there because I'm not fluent in Spanish, and got us in line, and we got ceviche. So we went back another day
You could
and
do with an
rented
attitude adjustment.
bicycles
Just saying.
from them again so we could go on another ride. And
Get your ugly away from me.
after the ride, we went over there and bought more of the ceviche and brought it back to the couple that was working at the bike shop, and we just sat out front of the bike shop and ate ceviche and just bullshitted and talked, and it was good. But we're like, yeah, you know, this is really too much food for just two of us. Why don't you come eat lunch with us? And they didn't have a whole bunch of customers, so they just sat out in front of the shop with us and had lunch with us. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, good people. Well, they were nice enough to leave the shop and go walk us over and show us where this, because we wouldn't have found it otherwise. You know, they were just parked up a little alley. They had like a motorcycle, a three-wheeled motorcycle that had a cooler on the front of it. And they just had a 5-gallon bucket, you know, with fresh made ceviche in it. And they were selling it right out of that. So they go out on the fishing charter in the morning and go fishing. And they make money doing that. And then all the fish that they catch or whatever, they make fresh, you know, ceviche out of. And then they come back and sell all that. So the prices were very reasonable, and the fish was caught that morning. So you want to talk about fresh. Super fresh. Really good. And the guy who works the stand there, he was bilingual. He took one look at us. He spoke to us in English. And his English was really good. But I guess if you're running a fishing charter, then yeah, you'd probably be bilingual, right? Because a lot of the tourists that come down there are going to be speaking English. Do you hear that little bark? That's Kai. Angel's the big bark, and Kai's the little bark. They're so cute. Must have been somebody at the front door. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's chewing on everything right now. He's teething, right? He's got them sharp little puppy teeth. So I expect my hands to be tore up here. They were tore up when Angel was teething too. I got her at 10 weeks, so I was kind of her chew toy. Kai is 2 weeks, so... We went all Luke Skywalker on him, cut his arm off. You got kittens that do that to you? Oh yeah. They're even sharper. At least the puppy teeth round out after a while, but they're real pointy when they're babies. It's alright, I'll teach him not to bite. Six little kittens right now? Wow.
getting better. I probably only got a handful of scars from this fight.
Alright, where is... We're gonna go see the killer rabbit. Where's Brittleshin? Okay, there's Brittleshin. We're going that way.
Stop that!
Somebody's getting their butt kicked by a netch over here. There's all the hawks. We're ready to go up a level. That's pretty cool. Well, we'll go see the rabbit and then we'll go up a level. We gotta go back and see Nazir anyway. What's up, Kiwi? No, this is not Northern Roads. This is Blended Roads. But I use texture from Fusher that has like these little water puddles and mud. So I've got like water puddles, right? And mud in between the cobblestones. So yeah, if you're here by Brittleshin and then you just go this direction, you'll find the killer rabbit. So that's the farmhouse I'm talking about that was added by Cutting Room Floor. But that cave right there is where the killer rabbit is. Yeah, I like blended roads. I mean, it seems like a lot of people are using northern roads now. And there he is. Look at all the bones. So yeah, I saw that. I had to put it in my game. I'm like, that's too cool. Go get him, Angel. And up on top of this, there's a bunch of undead. Yeah, well, it's really blended roads. So a lot of the paths are, I'm using Fusher's textures with auto parallax. So this is a Fusher texture with auto parallax. So a lot of the paths are like this kind of a texture, which I thought was a pretty good path texture. You know. But then when you get up to the roads, I like this one with all the moss and everything on it too, and the rocks. That's Kai. And then you got these muddy pathway, right? But you can get, this is blended roads. So let's get some better looking weather here. So we take a good look at them. And then let's look at the time of day. What time of day is it? It's late, so let's go back to kind of midday. We got me freebies for the Tuesday Fab and Epic games. Okay, cool. So yeah, this gives you a better idea of what those muddy road textures look like for
it all comes down to this.
Really blended roads with Fusher's muddy ground texture. And this is just the muddy ground texture with the puddles.
Watch out for the bite.
Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, so that's where we're trying to go. Well, we can go around this way. There's Bloated Man's Grotto. We can get that on the map. That should give us some more experience points. We'll go back to that after we talk to the guy down in Falkreath. I'm more interested in Taco Tuesdays. Oh, I know that big black dragon, don't you?
Vuljotnak, Zilgrod Dovals.
Two-handed weapons, don't we? There was such a thing as a four-handed weapon. We could wield it together. Battle, or maybe the next end.
Give me your soul. So foul, so cruel that no man has yet fought it and lived. Yes. What was his name? Some people call me Dennis. Just rip your antlers off. We got somebody that needs to die up there. You see him? That's Mafala talking to me. You're running away. Come on.
Clean as a whistle.
Stop that!
Oh, those are Thalmor. We're shooting Thalmor.
Enjoy your last breath.
Never miss.
You make such a good team.
Show me the dead body. Tim, that's what it was. Some call me Tim.
Surrender now. I'll let you live.
We got a black griffin over here.
Die this day.
Going to enjoy.
That whole movie was funny.
We could totally call a truce, but whatever.
Running away, are ya? What are you gonna do? Bleed on me?
Take heed of my warnings.
That was a good workout.
Oh, yeah, it was. We almost died.
There are other ways out of this.
There are just some classics that, you know, we'll never... I will never get tired of watching. It's kind of like watching the Star Wars movies. It's just a flesh wound. Flesh wound? Your arm's off. No, it's not. Have at you. I'll have your leg. That's right. None shall pass. So you're king because some aquatic tart threw a sword at you?
But the Night Mother is mother to all. It is her voice we follow, her will. Would you dare risk disobedience?
And surely punishment?
Keep talking, little man, and we'll see who gets punished.
Oh, be quiet, you great lumbering lapdog. The man has had a long journey. You can at least be civil. Mr. Cicero, I, for one, am delighted you and the Night Mother have arrived. Your presence here signals a welcome return to tradition.
Oh, what a kind and wise wizard you are, sure to earn Our Lady's favor.
You and the Night Mother are of course welcome here, Cicero. And you will be afforded the respect deserving of your position as keeper. Understood, husband?
Her.
Oh, yes, yes, yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But make no mistake, I am the leader of this sanctuary.
Yeah?
My word
How does it
is
run?
law. Are we clear on that
You
point?
know?
Oh, yes,
What kind of frame rate are we
mistress.
talking? Is that with
Perfect.
DLSS or
You're the
without?
boss.
Also, you know, I'm kind of disappointed in NVIDIA. They seem to be
I was
walking
done
away
speaking
from
with
making
that muttering
gaming
fool anyway.
GPUs and going
We've got some business
straight
to
towards
discuss.
AI. But if you look at it, you know, most of their business is in the AI server industry.
Do you have a contract for me?
Can't really
I
blame
do
them.
indeed.
But
You must go to the city of Markarth.
if you're Team
and
Green,
speak
it's kind
with
of
the
a bummer.
apothecary's assistant.
And
You'll probably find her in the
AMD,
Hag's
I hope they
Cure when
step
the
up.
shop is open. The girl's been running
You
her
know.
mouth. Wants an ex-lover killed. She's apparently performed the Black Sacrament. Her name is Muiri. I need you to talk to her, set up the contract, and carry it out.
Anything else?
Just do whatever the contact wishes. Be professional, represent us well, and get the job done. Since it's your first contract, I'll let you keep whatever
the
Muiri
budget?
pays.
Okay.
She'll be generous, I'm sure. They always are.
But I mean, in this day and age of, you know, really high refresh rate monitors, and a lot more people running 1440p and or 4K monitors, that's really taxing on the game engine and the hardware. You know, so unless it's optimized, or unless you're running a frame gen or whatever on top of it, yeah, you're not going to be pulling those kind of frames.
I'm just trying to imagine you hiding inside the body of a mammoth. Bloody brilliant idea.
Yeah, well, don't expect many more stories like that in my future. I'm getting old. Being that amazing takes two, sister.
Nafi is dead.
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood. You are truly an opponent to be feared. Here's your payment.
It's kind of like, you know, Oblivion Remastered. If you turn everything on, all the eye candy on, even if you have a really good card,
good.
You
And I
know,
hope you were careful in that lumber mill.
Your
Those
frame rate's gonna
splinters and
suck.
rusty nails can be quite nasty.
but
Your
Oblivion
payment
itself,
for a
the
job
game
well
engine,
done.
at least the creation engine part of it was never that optimized to begin with. Matter of fact, when I first bought that game, when it came out in 2006, my gaming computer could not even run it until, I mean, it kept blue screen of death and locking up and everything else until I completely cleaned and decluttered my entire system. So that's where I learned how to basically de-bloat Windows and get rid of background programs and, you know, make sure there wasn't anything that was gonna crash it. Then I could finally play the game, you know.
Betild is dead.
So they were still using that same.
Of course she is. I hear the mining
creation
business
engine.
is extremely cutthroat. And those hours,
and they just
The
layered
murder. I could
UE5
do
over the
this
top of
all
it,
day.
you know? So
Here's
they
your
made it look
payment.
pretty, but it's still the same game. Basically the same engine.
I need training in light armor.
I'll teach you how to use it effectively and keep you quick on your feet.
I would just love to see, I don't know, I don't have a whole lot of faith in Bethesda at this point.
You've got people to
I
kill,
mean,
my friend.
how long have we
Best
been
get
waiting
to
for
it.
Elder Scrolls 6? And we're still waiting. So
Your latest exploit certainly has
I'm
the
a little
sanctuary
talking. In
You
that.
must be talking about the caravan job.
But to be outnumbered 20 to 1.
Been a while since I've actually cleaved someone in two. Forgot how hard it was to get the scimitar back.
Yeah, no kidding. UE5.5 and the new Preview 5.6, a big difference in performance, so Epic has made a lot of gains. Sorting the editor, they're still working on Lumen and Nanite, I believe. Okay, well, I mean, those are two of the big ones, Nanite and Lumen. I don't want the fur blanket. I just want to sleep. But it's probably not going to let me sleep there because of the bed replacer I'm using. I doubt I can sleep on the slab. Yeah, it's owned. Doubt I can sleep on Cicero's bed too. Oh, I can sleep on that one. Cool. Yeah, that's where I learned a lot about computer systems and operating systems and everything like that. And the game engine was just messing trying to get Oblivion to work when it first came out. So we got to put that into stamina, I think, right? Okay. We have 4 perks to increase. Where should we put them? Respite's not a bad one, I'll take that. I'll take that one too. What's this one over here? Oh, I want the dual casting also. Alright, well that made it easy. What do we got for alteration? Dual casting, gem answer, philosopher's stone. Self-resistances. Two resistances to increase by 25%. Ooh, we're taking that. Probably frost and shareholders. Yeah, well, I mean, they were bought out by Microsoft, right? So now it's all about what's going to make them the most money with the least amount of work. And I have trouble supporting that. I really do. So that one requires 75 restoration. We're never going to get that one. Break of Dawn and 30 restoration. We could do that if we did the Break of Dawn. That requires destruction of 60. Heavy armor 90. We're not going to get that. Illusion 75. Not going to get that. Destruction 75. One and 50. Destruction 50. Well, we're level 20. That's, okay, we can't get any of those. Have I ever thought how much about Skyrim desperate and overlapping? If I understood what that meant, then maybe. But I'm not sure I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just a dumb construction worker, man. I don't know all them big words and shit. You're kind of confusing me. You gotta break it down, make it like a little bit more for trailer trash kind of people, because then I understand it a little better. That's okay. I built buildings for a living, okay? I built restaurants, I built chemical labs, I can read prints, I know measurements, I know a lot of geometry and mathematics, but when it comes to my vocabulary, a lot of it is not safe for YouTube. Being an ex-construction worker, I'm sure you can kind of put two and two together there, but yeah, I can curse like a sailor. Yeah. But some of those words I'd have to look up to know exactly what so I can't really give you an answer unless I know exactly what you're asking or what you're talking about. So break it down a little bit and make it a little more simple for the layman, and maybe I can give you an answer.
I heard about what happened.
You must be talking about the caravan job.
But to be outnumbered 20 to 1.
It's all thanks to a special technique I developed. I call it the razor-winged
Buying
butterfly.
game companies killing game.
I teach it to you.
Oh yeah.
But then I'd have to kill
I agree. Well, not. I kind of agree and kind of don't agree. Okay, when Bethesda was making really good games, they were the startup. They were the.
Go. Take care of the Muiri contract. There will be plenty more, I promise you.
They weren't the big known game company. Now that they're the big known game company, then it stops being about producing something genuine and unique. And you'll see this happen, you know, if you look at Arena and then Daggerfall. I mean, Daggerfall is the entirety of Tamriel, right? You've got everything. Hammerfell, the Somerset Isles, the Imperial City, everything, everything together. Elsewhere, it's the whole map, but it's procedurally generated. All right, and then you've got different kinds of game mechanics too. Like if you look at Morrowind, we had throwing stars and throwing knives, and you had levitation and all kinds of other mechanics that when it came to Oblivion, they're gone. They're not there anymore. There's less mechanics. Also, if you look at Morrowind, the things you had to do to become Horator or to become Neverine, it was very involved. and you had to travel all over the map, and it took a long time to do. It wasn't like, you know, and then when you get to Oblivion, it's a lot less to be the leader of a guild. And now in Skyrim, it's like, okay, you do 4 or 5 quests, and all of a sudden you're the leader of the whole faction. So a lot less depth to the game. So really, when I think about games that I'm looking forward to, the one that I'm really looking forward to is Wayward Realms. Now, Wayward Realms is made by 2 of the original people that worked on and helped create Arena and Daggerfell. Okay, so you're talking some hardcore RPG kind of people, right?
Only one of us matters.
That's what
Simple
they
as
know. That's what they do. Oh, we don't have any arrows.
No turning back now.
That really sucks.
I'd much prefer to live and let live.
Well, we lit them up pretty good.
This goes beyond minced words.
Well, it would be more RPG-ish. And the thing I like about Wayward Realms, I mean, a lot of it's going to be procedurally generated landscape, but you've got a whole series of islands that you're going to be traveling between in Wayward Realms. And the world is going to continue to evolve and change regardless of if you do anything or not. But it's also going to be influenced by the decisions that you make and the changes that you do. So it's not like you go and destroy a bandit camp, right? And then you come back later and all the bandits have respawned. No.
The first hero I met.
I mean, Skyrim has some of that, whereas if you take out some of these bandit camps and you come back later, the Stormcloaks or the...
I found the embodiment of idiocy.
You know, or the Imperials have taken over and are now in that place. I wouldn't say they're daily words of wisdom. I would just say these are the things that I am looking for personally in a game, you know. And I think that there are people that can do it, but I think the further that they're removed away from corporate, the better chance they have of doing it, because the less you've got people trying to influence how they're doing their job. So it kind of depends, right? So when I was running work, I knew kind of what people's strengths were, right? And what their weaknesses were. And so I would try to give people jobs that played to their strengths. And then when I gave them the job, I would let them do it. I'm not going to be looking over your shoulder, micromanaging you, telling you what you need to do and how you need to do it. Because when I start doing that, you lose your motivation, for one. And not only do you lose your motivation, you also lose the will to do a good job. You don't care anymore. You know? It's not your project anymore at that point. It becomes less of something you want to do and more of something that you're forced to do. Because now you're forced to do it in a way that's not the way that you would do it. Right? And I kind of ran into that when I was doing 3D models for Oblivion and for Skyrim. Okay, so during my Oblivion time, I would take requests. People would request things of me. Oh, can you do this? Or here, let me send you a picture. Can you do that? And I made things that I wasn't going to be using in my own game, which is a big no-no, right? Don't do that if you're gonna, because I wasn't going to put the time and effort into it to make it something truly exceptional because I wasn't going to use it myself. I didn't care enough about it. I had no personal connection to it. Okay? Now, when people sent me a picture and said, oh, here, I just thought you might like this. And I looked at it, I'm like, oh, that's something I want in my game. Then I was doing it because it was something that I wanted. And it was something that I cared about. And I wasn't going to turn out something that was half-assed, right? I was going to make it good enough for me to use in my own game. That's when I made things truly exceptional. But that's also when it took like 60 hours to model something. Because I kept coming back to it and refining it and making it better and better and better until I was finally happy with it. So it's the same thing goes with game companies, okay? When you take a look at Morrowind and you look at all the little hidden Easter eggs and the love and care that was put into the map in that game and making, you know, every location, I mean, a lot of it was cookie cutter dungeons, but there was a lot of hidden things. And a couple things come to mind. Okay, there's one place in Morrowind where it's an underground tomb that is much bigger than anything else that's around. It's huge. Okay, and you get down in there and there's actually like a Viking funeral. There's a boat in this tomb that's floating there, and a Viking funeral kind of happened underground. And that's a place that if you have levitation, you can get to one of the Daedric masks that's there. But there was a lot of care that went into creating that specific dungeon. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why pseudo stuff is so good. Some of the better things that I've done have been done that way, you know? And I'm not listening to anybody else. When people say, well, could you make it a little bit bigger? Could you make it a little bit more, you know, could you change the color? Or could you do this? Or could you... No. No. If you want it a different way, then you can do it. Right? Because that's not what I want. I'm not going to put the time and effort into it to do a good job at it. But if it's something for my own game, yeah, I'm going to put the time and effort into making it exceptional. Like when I look at these, here, let me get these. I really like Aragorn's daggers from the Hobbit movies. So I made them. Let me take off my cloak here. Let me take off this other thing too. Yeah, these, they meant something to me, right? So I put the time and effort into the engraving that's on the blade, the handles, the whole nine. I made them something that I would use, that I wanted to use in my own game. And the kind of wood grain on the handle, the whole 9 yards, right? And even the scabbards, like the one that's on her back here, the leather, the metal, the handle, the way that the blade fit into the scabbard. You know, those were things, I did them that way because that's what I wanted in my game. That's the kind of detail I wanted. And it's the same thing with the bows that I did. When I look at, you know, just the detail that I put in these bows. Like, okay, if you're looking at the way that the string is wrapped, if I can get close enough to it without getting too close. I put time and effort into how I wrap the string. So it's into the notch and it's pitched on the back and it goes down the back of the bow. Not really. This is actually a pretty simple mesh. I'll show you. So it's not like super intricate, right? And you can see how the handle is. There isn't a ton of polys on this. And you can see how the groove that I made there between the change in the front and the middle of the limb and the end of the limb. And you can see how I did this too. And also how I did the string, if I can get close enough to it. So how I wrap the string around it. It's not like super intricate, and a lot of it's done with the texture too. And the normal map, there's a lot you can do with a normal map. But it's not really that many polygons when you look at it. Just enough to give it the shape that it needs. But not so much that it's gonna, you know, grind your system down. You don't need 10,000 polygons. You just need enough to give it the shape that it needs to have. And then the rest you do with the texture. You can see that the clothing that she's wearing is made pretty much the same way. It's not really super high poly. Her skin is more high poly than anything here. So when you start looking at meshes, you'll start seeing these things. Just watch Blender tutorials and grab Blender and start playing around with it. I start with geometric shapes. So if I'm going to do a blade, right, I do it in pieces. I'll start with basically a cube and extrude until I've got a rectangle. And then I'll take a rectangle and I'll extrude and extrude until it's like maybe 3 sections high. And then I'll take this bottom section and I'll squeeze all of these together so it comes to a point. So when I'm looking at it this way, now I've got it coming down to a point. And that'll be the end of the blade, right? And I have enough sections that I can create the curve that I want for the blade to have. Well, I start with a mesh, and then you make I make a map for it. So what's the easiest way for me to show you this? Well, tell you what, we're gonna put a save right here. We're just gonna play around a little bit. You ready? The donut course is good. Andrew's courses are good too. But yeah, the donut course will teach you how to do a lot of different things about deforming meshes and stuff like that. But starting with a geometric shape is really the easiest way I've found to go. And a lot of it, you know, especially with blades, you're starting with a cube and you're extruding it to make it a rectangle but has more sections. And then you're bending, you know, you can make a bend. You can grab the whole thing and bend it, right? Or squish it, or there's all kinds of different things that you can do in Blender to modify it to look the way that you want it to look. And then you can do your maps in Blender. I like using a different program. I use this one right here. It's called UV Mapper. This little program right here. So if I look at, let me find something in my play drive that I was working on. Okay, so I've got exported objects. The bow of the drow, dagger blade, dagger handle, sword blade objects. So I've got a bunch of different objects and stuff here, okay? These are old. This is Wormfang. So that's a good thing to look at. So we're gonna open this up, and this is in my exported objects. So file, load model, and we're gonna go in my G drive, which is my play drive, and my exported objects, and we're gonna let's grab Wormfang sword blade object. Okay, so it's telling me it's only 115 vertices. But this is the map that I created for it. Okay, and this is only part of it. Now here's the thing, I'm on widescreen format. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make this map square. Perfectly square. Because you're going to save it as a square, right? So this is the sword blade and some other pieces. And it looks like I broke this up. This is a planar map. And what I like about this, let's just make a new map. File, new UV map. Let's make the whole thing a planar map on the Z-axis. And it's a 1024 map, so we're going to say OK. So that looks like garbage and would be very difficult to texture, right? So let's do a new UV map planar. And let's do it on the y-axis and take a look at it. Okay, so this is both sides. This is the blade, both sides. Now it's too wide, and it's too short. So what you can do is you can grab this and you can drag it over the top of this, and you can line these two up so that they're the left side and the right side. If you want the left side to look different than the right side, you can do it in two separate pieces. Now, these aren't really lining up too great because it's not perfectly straight. So we'll flip it. Now they should line up. And I can line these up so that everything overlaps. So now I've got overlapping lines. This one I need to move in. Okay, so the left side and the right side are now both part of the same map. So now I can grab both of these and resize it. So the blade itself is going to be a lot more like that. So this is a planar map of the left side and the right side overlapped. This is the blade. Now, if you want to know what Wormfang really looks like, let's look it up. So let's look under mods. Let's look under Nico Experience. That says separator. Oh my gosh, there's so many there. So Nico. I guess I have a separator in there. That's not what I want. I want Nico Roshi Creations. Forgetting what I want. There we go. Yeah, these are big long triangles. It doesn't really matter though. So I mean, I could have broke this blade up into more pieces, but this was originally made for Oblivion. So the idea was as few polygons as needed to create it, because I didn't want to bog down the game engine. So polygons were very important. You wanted low poly stuff. Where is Wormfang? Wormfang. Okay, so let's look at Wormfang Short Sword. And we're going to look at the NIF. So, do you see the blade? Which is this section between here and here. Okay, so you see how that looks just like that? And I did the handle as a separate section. And what I ended up doing was I broke this up into pieces. So this is a piece. I mean, you can see what it looks like, right? But this is the mesh that I created for it. And so this, you would make a map of how you wanted it to be laid out. And I would put this like way over to the side, and then I would lay out the handle and make its own UV map. So let's file, open, load model, and we're looking for the handle. So this is the dagger handle. So this, this is a different, this is completely different. Okay. This is not that. This is Nico's gift. Where's Nico's gift? So this is the handle of Nico's gift. So if we look at the handle, do you see this piece? That is this piece right here. Okay, do you see this piece? That is this piece right here. NIF is a net immerse file. It's what the game uses. And I'm using NIF scope to open it up. But you can see how I broke this up into smaller pieces. So this piece right here is this. This piece right here is this. The handle is this. And then here's the other pieces. So I broke all of these little pieces up. This piece right here in the middle, that's this right here. This one and this one, that's this and this. This is it's a box map of this. And then if you're looking at, this is a box map of this. So so if I grab all of this stuff together and I remap it, it'll look like that handle. So let's grab all of this and we're going to say edit, new UV map, and we're going to make this just planar. And we're going to say don't split it. So it's going to show just one side. And that is looking at it from the end. I did not invent this sword. This is it's my version of a sword called Mithrodin. So no, I did not create it. Okay, there you go. We're going to make this smaller and make it look more like it actually does. Okay. So I'm sure now you can see this is this. And that's the map. Now if I want to remap something, so let's say I want to make more detail on this bottom piece because I've got stuff that's overlapping here. I can grab just this bottom piece, and if I make it larger, I can make it easier to grab. And I can say I just want, that's too high, I just want this. That's still too high, so I'm going to come a little bit lower. And I just want that. So then I can drag that over here, and I have that specific piece. And if I want to do a different kind of mapping on that piece, say I want to box map it, so then I can go edit, UV map, and go box, and split it front and back, and I want gaps in the map, and say okay. Okay, so now it's broke up into, left side, right side, top, bottom, end, and I can put that anywhere I want here, and I can make it whatever size I want. So this allows me to break up the map into smaller sections and get as much detail as I want on them. Okay, so this is this piece. This right here, this back section, is this piece. This is the end, the tip of it, right? This is one side of this and this. So let's say I want to do this pointy part that's coming out here as a separate map, this little section. So I know where that section is. That's this. So I'm going to grab most of that and drag it off to the side. And then I'm going to grab this and drag that off to the side. I'm just going to put it over the top of that one. I'm going to grab this. That's the end of it. Doesn't matter that they're overlapping, because I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm grabbing every part of it. Okay, so now I have every part of that little point, that little pointy section is over here. And then I can grab that and go, okay, let's make it a planar map so I can see it. And it looks like I grabbed a couple of lines I shouldn't grab. So we're going to grab that line and drag it back over here. And we're going to grab this line and we're going to drag that back over here. Okay, so we'll take, and we're going to grab this line. I might need to grab that corner. There we go. And we're going to drag that and drop it over there. Okay, so now I just have the point. It depends. How much detail do you need? So if you're looking at this, you can see that I can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, and I can count those. So if I wanted that to be smoother, I could add in more polygons here to make this curve smoother. But I got to think about the size, right? So is anybody going to notice that angle being there? Because look how small it is. It's in my hand, and it's probably going to be about that big in game. So at that size, I don't really notice that that's not a curve. So I don't need any more polygons than that. This, I'm just breaking up the map. And then I can remap that piece. So let's go back to, again, a box map. And now I have the left and right of that pointy piece, of just this point here on the end, that little piece. So I have just that. So I can break it up into as many pieces as I want, and that's what I did. So if we look at the original map that I made before, so let's load the model, and we'll look at the dagger handle. This is how I broke it up. And then if I look at the dagger blade, so let's file, load model, dagger blade. And you see I put that in between everything else. So then I combine those two. So that's the blade, right? That would be this part. And this way, when I added it to the NIF, there's two BS tri-shapes. There's this one, and there's, well, that's the scabbard, okay. Then that's the edge blood. And then there's that one. Okay, so there's actually two of them here that'll be edge blood. So that says edge blood. And we can turn on and off being able to see the edge blood. And that's what the edge blood's going to look like in game, right? When you actually hit something with it. And then if you go to the next one, this is edge blood also. It's going to show you what it's going to look like. Okay? But we can turn that off. You don't need to see it. The collision for this, this is collision, is humongous. Why is the collision so big? Oh, because this is just something that I loaded. That is huge collision. Yeah, those are decals. The edge blood. I don't know why the collision's so big on that. You can reset collision though. If I look at this, where's my collision? Rigid body. And I can let's say I do this, I right click on it and I can go to, well, you know what I'd have to do? I would have to convert this back to an NiTri shape, NiTri strip, and then I could create the collision. The NIF scope can actually create the collision for you if it's an NiTri shape. So what you would do then is you would grab, let me grab one that's already in an NiTri shape. Let's go to play drive. Let's go to, okay, these are work in progress stuff that I was, so I kept copies of everything that was a work in progress I was working on. So here's Mariner's Sword. These are all JPEGs. These are models. Yes and no. Let me find one that's a lot closer. There's a couple different ways to do it. One gives you a very close collision. These are bows. These are Dritz swords. So yeah, I've got just a bunch of different files here. So this is kind of a good, okay, this is the UV objects. That's a good thing to look at. This is Twinkle and Icing Death. They're not very high poly either. They were also done for Oblivion, I believe. So let's look at this file, load model. We want to go to play drive, Skyrim files. Okay, so play drive, work in progress, and then we're looking for Dritz swords. And then we're looking for, oh, Raven swords are in here too. So this is Twinkle, 1557 verts. So you can see how I broke it up. There's the blade, this is the handle, this is the, and then if we look at how it's actually, where's Twinkle? Okay, we'll put these side by side so you can kind of see. This is how it's mapped, the UV map. No, that's all right. And this is actually what I painted on it. So in game, this would be Twinkle. So let's go look up Twinkle in game. Or actually, well, I can do it a different way. Let's go back to, well, let's go here. Now, some people find this interesting. I don't know if it's going to find that, though. Let me look up... So we're looking at Twinkle, right? Okay. And this is separate. This is just the scabbard. I don't think I have the scabbard isn't on this. Scabbard has its own texture map. So transform, edit. We're going to just move this on the Z axis. So this way we can see the blade. Here, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make this smaller. Going to try to keep it square. We're going to grab this and we're going to make this smaller. Why are we on edit? I don't want to be on edit. I don't know why I'm on edit there. And then I'm going to grab, this is all one model. And again, the blade didn't need a lot of verts. I only put more vertices in where it needed it. This is pretty high vert, the pommel. But it's got detail, right? So you can get a lot more detail on the higher vertice. So let's look at texture set, and this is in textures, weapon, dritz, swords, twinkle. So let's find textures, weapons. Where am I looking? Mods. Nico Creations. Textures, weapons, dritz, swords, twinkle. Okay. So we can apply the texture to it, and you can see that I've got a lot of reflection on that, which would be in my shader property. So let's check out the normal map. What normal am I using? And then this one should be in M. Okay, that's better. So the first one here is your diffuse, which is just like a picture of it, right? And the second one is your normal map. So if we look at, well, we can look at, let's go back into here. Nico Experience, MO2, mods. Nico Creations, textures, weapons, dritz. Okay, so we can't see them here. Yeah, dritz. These are Dritz's swords that I made. I made Twinkle and Icing Death are his two swords, based on images I found online. So if we open up this one, you'll see it's set up to fit this texture map that I created in UV Mapper. So the texture itself is darker, and I'll tell you why. To show more shine. Okay. So if the texture is darker and let's make this smaller again too, so yeah, this is the new version of GIMP. So this is actually a 2048 by 2048. So this is a 2K texture that I'm using on here, but it gives a pretty good detail. You know, if you get up really close, I actually hand painted these, but if you want it to be more reflective, you want more of the specular map to show and less of the diffuse map. So the diffuse map you make darker, and the specular map you make brighter, so that it shows more of the specular map through. The same thing holds true if you want like a glow map, right? If you want something to glow. We can grab another one. But this gives you an idea of, okay, this is basically using this map and putting pictures over the top of it, right? So I put these over the top of this, and a lot of these are like hand painted, right? This is an actual texture that I got off the web of leather. I just found a picture of leather, but everything else here is hand painted. And then in game, it'll look like this. And I'm messing with the specular property of it to make it so it shines. How many maps are typical? None. I can give you an idea on that. We'll open up. I want better arrows. Oh, we don't want to search in Drits. We want to search in. Let's go up. Oh crap, too much. Okay, so if we're looking here, all of these are going to have a different. Okay, these are the NIFs. It'd be better to take a look at this in the textures because that's going to show you the different maps. So let's make this larger. So these are maps for Sun Hollowed and the Blood Cursed Arrows. So this is the texture for Blood Cursed, and this is the actual arrowhead, the fletching, this is the quiver, and this is the shaft. So again, shaft, arrowhead, fletching, quiver, all on one map. And you can see that this would be my specular map. It's actually, this is too bright. I should really darken this up. Diffuse. So this is diffuse, and this is this would be a glow map. I actually glow map this, so I've got a glow map for it. I've got a glow map for the sun hollowed arrows too. So anything that's black won't glow. Anything that's white will. This is actually too bright. So these were probably made for Legendary Edition, and then they would be too bright in Special Edition. But that's one map, right? So remember what that looks like. And then let's look at the Daedric arrows. So that's an entirely different map. Here the fletching's over here. The shaft is over here. The arrowhead's here. The quiver's over here. And this is glow map. So this is the glow map. So the arrowhead will glow, and so will this on the quiver. And this is a normal map. So let's open up the normal map. We'll take a look at that. So it's a bump map, right? So the arrow itself has texture. The fletching has texture, and the arrowhead has texture. Or depth. So these are things that didn't need to be done in the model itself. I could do them in the, here, let's open this up too. I could do it in the texture and in the normal map. So this is the diffuse, this is the normal, and then this is the glow map. So this is what's going to glow. This is what it'll look like, the color of it, and this is the bump. I also created this won't work at the same time as this. You can either have a specular map or you can have a glow map. You can't have both at the same time. Not in a NIF. So we can take a look at some of those in game, I guess. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about those were all produced in GIMP? Okay. So if you have, I'll give you an example. What could I give you an example with? How about we just get an example like screenshot. Where's it? Do I have it? Okay, so we got a banner. All right, so we're going to use that. And we're going to create a normal map of it. Okay. So we're going to open this up in GIMP. Okay. And let's say, so it's not a DDS currently, it's a JPEG. So we may need to file export as a DDS, which stands for Direct Draw Surface. And you can choose what kind of compression and everything else. Generate, and they have mip maps. So it'll have a texture and then it'll have smaller textures as it goes further away. That's what bitmaps are. So let's export it. There's our banner as our... So let's close that. File, open. Our banner as a DDS. There's our banner as a DDS. You go into filters. You go into, well, not filters. What is it under? Is it under tools? No. Map. That's not it. Where am I looking? It's either under tools or filters or one of the other things, but you're looking for making a map and it'll say color map or normal map. See, I haven't done this in so long I've forgotten. But I'm pretty sure it's under this one. It's not under map though. Where am I looking for my normal map? See, I'm going to have to look it back up again. Tools. Is it under filters, map? Normal map. Where's my normal map? We got a bump map, but that's not what I want. I want a normal map. Well, we could try bump map. Is that going to actually give me a bump map? Yeah, the new version may have moved it. Or I may just not be remembering. Or it may need a plugin. I would say yes and no. Plugin uses the algorithm described by fast embossing effects and raster image data graphics. Takes a buffer to be applied as a bump map to another buffer and produces a nice embossing effect. So that's only an effect. That's not actually producing a bump map. So see, now I got to look it up. Well, we got YouTube tutorials. Filter is found in the image window under Filters Generic Normal Map. Yay! That's where it's at. Filters Generic. I never would have thought of that. Normal Map. That's where it is. So we can change the scale. This is at 10. 10 is pretty heavy. So let's try something like 1. Okay, so this is a better normal map. I forgot totally that it was under frickin' generic. All right, so that created a normal map. Now the issue with this normal map here is the RGB isn't right. And this was something that I learned later on, is that the red needs to go up one and the blue needs to go up one. And now it's the correct 255, 255, 255 that it should be for a normal map. So let's take a look at some of this. It's not bad. It's pretty good. But yeah, that's how you produce a normal map. And I would just say remember to add one to red and one to blue, because it's not actually 255, 255, 255 like it should be. It's 254, 255, 254. So this will give you the correct coloration. And then you can export it, file export, as your underscore n. So be sure and add underscore n to it. DDS, export. And we're just going to export it. So now we have a normal map for it. And then if we're looking at this map and you want to make a specular map for it, the first thing that I do to those is I desaturate them. So I will come to desaturate and color it to gray. Do I need more iterations or less iterations? Probably less. No, more. Okay, so I'm changing it to a grayscale, and that is backwards. Colors, desaturate, desaturate. Okay, that is okay. And then I would modify the brightness contrast of this, because anything that's white is going to have a lot of the so I want to make it more gray. And the reason for that is I want it to be more, less of the cube map showing through. I would even make that darker. That's not going to do what I want it to do. But yeah, I would make it much darker so that it's not as much of the cube map showing through. All right, what is it? 344? Screw it. We're going back in the game. We're going to go take a look at some of the things that we took a look at. And we're going to take a look at them in game. Let me... I'm far away. No, only 3 hours. So on this one, I'm using an environment map. So when you look at your texture set, you've got your first one is your diffuse. So textures, weapon, Nico's Aragorn dagger. Okay, so let's grab that one. And then I've got a couple of different ones. So this is the texture. It's not going to apply correctly because of this. I mean, it'll apply correctly in game, but it won't apply correctly here. If you're 6:44 in the PM, that's 3 hours. I would guess you're East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. I'm Pacific Standard Time. I'm in California Stan. Kentucky? Yep. Well, I was born in the Bay Area, raised in the Bay Area, live in the Bay Area, had my kids in the Bay Area, still live in the Bay Area. I didn't go very far. I've been to a lot of different places, but I still live in California. And I got a granddaughter that lives here, and I got kids that live here. And my parents are down south. My sister's down south in California. So that's the main reason I'm still here, family. If I didn't have any family here, I wouldn't be here. I don't like the state government. I don't like the taxes. The cost of living in California is very high. You know, gas prices have come down pretty much all over the country. We still pay like $5 a gallon. And it's going to go even higher because they want by 2035, they want everything to be, they're only going to sell electric vehicles in California. And so the refineries, and we have refineries in California, are moving out of California. There's no reason for them to be here. And so everything, all the gas is going to have to be shipped in. And yeah, they're going to tax the crap out of it. They already do. Like, I think over half of what we pay for gasoline in California is state tax on the gas. You know, I'm glad I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. They're like $10 a pack now, or more. That's crazy. When I first started smoking, they were $1 a pack. And when I quit, they were about $5 a pack. They keep just adding more and more tax onto it in California. So I'm a conservative stuck in a liberal area. Pretty much. And the times they are changing. For the better on most things, in my opinion. But I don't want to get into politics. That's a good way to start an argument. It's like talking about religion. So it's best not to talk about politics or religion in an open forum such as YouTube, when what we're doing is playing Skyrim.
Come on, I double dog dare you.
We don't have any arrows.
Come get some.
Watch out for the bar. We grow stronger with each.
I'm the weapon. Stop that!
I can take ya. Alright. The way's clear. Let's keep moving.
Come on, come on. I've been waiting too long for this.
I will make you wait no longer for your death.
On to the next battle. Or maybe the next end.
Yeah, it's just a smart idea.
Remember, a good leader is brave but not reckless, firm but not rigid. You go, I'll follow.
Thing is, I've made pretty much all the weapons that I wanted to bring into Skyrim, or that I wanted to bring to Oblivion. It would have to be something really special that stands out to me. A lot of the ones that I did were based on Lord of the Rings stuff, or stuff from Weta Workshop. Weta Workshop created a lot of the did a lot of the concept art for Lord of the Rings and different weapons that Lord of the Rings was using, or that became part of the movies. And so, like Thranduil's sword, Aragorn's dagger, Tariel's daggers, Tariel's bow. The bow that's on this Bosmer's back is a retextured version of Mirkwood. So the first short bow that Legolas used before he got Lothlorien. But I also did Lothlorien. Yeah, Weta Workshop is amazing. Their concept art is fantastic. And then I did ones like Rivendell.
There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I've got this thing I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar. The owner is asking me to hand out invitations to travelers. Looks like that's all. I have to leave.
Okay, I thought we were going... Are we going back? Yeah, we were trying to go there. Oh, hi! Hi, you gonna come up and say hi? Come here. I heard you barking over there. Yeah, I heard you barking over there. How's my baby dog?
Have you tried
Hey, come here.
liver?
Hey.
It's a local delicacy.
Hey, come here. Are you just gonna walk out, huh? Okay. I guess somebody's got food out there or something. My dog just walked out on me. And broke my little heart. I wonder... Could be.
We end it here.
I am wrong on a regular basis.
That really didn't
Just
hurt.
ask my wife. She'll tell you all about it.
A whisper in...
Well, they'll take out that last one. I lost my darn compass again. That's what I get for leaving the game and coming back. Okay, now we have our compass back.
Surrender now. I'll let you live.
That should take care of them. Now you'll pay.
Alright, you're pretty ugly and pretty tough.
That's not even fair.
Oh my gosh, we're dead. Yeah, she's not gonna be able to save me. Or did she? No. I think we're dead. We're dead. Okay, well that's kind of helpful. We're actually where we want to be. We're missing one of the flipped walnut daggers.
So, is it true?
Ah, must be my little adventure on the ship.
I'm just trying to imagine you hiding inside the body of a mammoth. Bloody brilliant idea.
Been a while since I've actually cleaved someone in two. Forgot how hard it was to get the scimitar back out. Need something?
Do you have any more contracts?
I'm sorry, I don't. Come see me again later.
Oh. We already went and talked to him. So we actually need to go see Muiri.
Cicero?
That's madness.
Do I have any arrows? No. Alright, well the tracking beast is killed. Now we're carrying too much to be able to run. That's okay, we're in the staff. Yeah, we're getting our stuff back. Okay. Now we're over encumbered. Yep, just dropping stuff off. How are we doing on firewood? We have 8. Garbage. 193, that's a good travel weight. We do have some arrows now. Let's put these back on. I like those. We are hungry and thirsty. Now we're well fed. Alright, we need to go translate that old tome. And we need to go all the way to Markarth. So the old tome translation, we need to go to Winterhold. Should we just fast travel around a little bit? Take some carriages. Well, we can go to Markarth and talk to Muiri. We can find more locations too. Like, I don't think we've... Okay, we do have two.
Or maybe the next enemy. When you rescued me from that cage, I never imagined I would travel with you for this long. Few are willing to put up with me for more than a day.
Where is... Oh, I know where that is. Okay, cool. We're going to stop by and pick up the Rivendell. What bow are we carrying now? Okay, that's actually a nice bow. Rivendell is nice too. Rivendell's a red color. The Valley of Imladen. In the common tongue, it's known by another
Order of
name.
the Jarl. Stop right there.
Uh-oh.
You caught me. I'll pay off my bounty.
Smart woman. Now, come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods, and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine, of course. Divines watch over you.
Yeah, maybe they watch over you too. We can go save Balder too. Pick up his lucky dagger. He's over this way. Squirrel! I hear bagpipes. So if you look under this, this is where I left Rivendell. This is also where I put Mist. She's a
Hi there.
follower.
It's so good to see you again.
She's based on a character that I had that I played for quite a long time. I made her into a follower.
I hope we bump into each other again.
She's just an archer. She was a fun character to play though. Skill book. Out of my way, dog. Okay. Balder.
You know what would go great with this meat? Some wine. You should ask them if they want to trade.
Where is Balder?
That is a lot of blood.
There's Balder.
Hello? You! Thank Kinnereth for you, stranger. I'd almost given up hope of walking away from here.
What are you doing out here?
We tracked a bear to this den. Good coin for those pelts. We had the big sow cornered when they showed up. 3 of them, out of nowhere. Spriggans. Niels went down before we even knew to run. Ari died just inside. I never even thought the things were real. I may have lost a drop or 2 of blood. Truth is, I'm not going anywhere like this. Hurts to breathe.
I may have a potion to spare.
I just need a little to get going.
There's a little.
Much better. Thanks, friend. I wouldn't have lasted much
Minor
longer
healing.
without that. But now what? I can't just walk away, not with my friends' bodies in there being torn apart by those beasts.
I understand. Let me help you.
You'd do that for a stranger? I don't know what to say. Lead on, I suppose.
I actually left 3 bows in here too. But Rivendell is one that that started everything. When I made this one, I had a bowgasm. And I'm like, oh, I need to make more bows. Because this one is beautiful. And actually the one I'm carrying is based The shape is based on this Rivendell. So this one, you can see the similarities, I'm sure. The handle is different. The shape is very similar. Yeah, we're going to sneak snipe it. Why? Because otherwise we're going to die. I don't like dying.
You're no obstacle.
You're stronger with each fight. At least I like to think so.
These are the 3 bows I left here. Kinnereth's bows.
It's done then. Look, I want you to have this. I know it isn't much, but it's important to me. Ari gave me this dagger when we first started hunting together. I always said it brought her luck. You should be the one to carry it now. I'll give them a proper burial, then head back. Come find me if you're ever in Falkreath. You'll always be welcome at my door.
Alright, we saved Baldur. And now we got the lucky dagger. So Baldur's Lucky Dagger, I'm using the, these were kind of interesting bows. I wanted to create a bow that was wrapped in vines. I made these for Oblivion. This one was actually made by Johnny Skyrim. He did an excellent job on that Damascus blade. dagger. He put a lot of detail into it. But I'm sure it's probably a pretty simple... Yeah, it's not actually going to show unless I equip it.
Sometimes I wonder if using a one-handed weapon would be more suitable for my frame. But it really doesn't suit my personality.
Yeah, not very high poly, but it doesn't need to be. The details in the texture and the mapping. He has talent, but he's... Well, I have my own opinions. He does have talent. What I can say is, Lothlorien bow, yeah. Well, I have two different versions of that in my mod list. One was made by Ismarel, which creates a moon forge on the way to High Hrothgar. And you can make Lamgring and Sting and Narsil and Anduril. So those were swords and stuff that I didn't bother making because they're very well done in Ismarel. However, the Lothlorien bow that they created is not the correct shape. So I made my own version of it. We're ready to go up a level. Should we go talk to the little fairy? Well, thank you. I think the shape is better. I like the metal inlay better on the Ismarel one. I mean, I could have put a little more time and effort into the texture, I guess, on mine. Whose dagger?
Melts my heart having to do this.
Someone there?
And I'm supposed to be scared of you?
You have a death wish then? Come. Come and face the Forsworn. Ah! You bastard!
Oh, stop showing off.
The Narcel blade?
Well, that's
yeah.
taken care of. And not without style.
I never did that blade.
The reach will be ours again!
Today, huh?
You're the biggest idiot of them all.
They died. Oh, you're talking about Witch King's sword, which is almost like a really long dagger.
I will persevere.
I'll split you in two. Die, dog.
How do you know I'm a dog? I really like Tariel's blades or Tariel's daggers that I ended up making.
Show me what you got.
And I really like Tariel's bow that I ended up making. Oh, I should have saved that for that guy.
Now you have my undivided attention.
I don't really want to get too close to you, buddy.
But I'm too young to die.
Oh my gosh, one hit. Oh, the Heavens mod? No, I don't use that one. I have my own replacer for the Forsworn bow. Oh crap, we're all the way back there. Yeah, we're all the way back in the last bed we slept in.
Your latest exploit certainly has the sanctuary topping.
Crazy. The Redoran contract? Yes, you heard it. In and out of Bottom Zone.
That's... Go. Take care of the Muiri contract. There will be plenty more, I promise you.
I was trying to get there, but I got killed again. Mirkwood's your favorite? Yeah, Mirkwood, there wasn't a good short bow in the game. So I was very happy to make Mirkwood. It's much smaller than the bone structure that it's rigged to, which is kind of interesting when you think about it. that the bone structure for the bow is actually much larger than the bow itself. And it is, it's a curve, and you'll notice with a lot of bows, they're rigged by capsule rigging rather than by what I call gradient rigging. So my bows are made up, they're a cylinder, but they're made up of a bunch of different cylinders, a bunch of different parts. And then every ring is gradient mapped. So you have to know about rigging, but basically you've got red to blue, right? Red being 100% attached and blue being 0% attached to the bone. So what you do is you rig the bow like a gradient. Alright, do whatever you gotta do. I'm thinking about going out for tacos here pretty soon, but I need to know if I have a nemesis or not. Okay, I do not have a nemesis. I am not missing anything. So, I think I'm gonna probably... Well, I need to check and make sure that these are... Do we have 2 of those? Yes, we do. We have 2 of these. No, we do not. Why the heck is one upside down? Okay, now they're right. That's right, that's right. Okay. So I think I'm going to save my game right here and call it for today. We did have a couple of crashes. The second one I'm sure was a bad Nemesis file. Because we didn't have another, after we reran Nemesis, we didn't have another one for a good almost 4 hours. 3.5 hours. So that's pretty good. So thanks everybody for coming by. Hopefully it was entertaining. And sorry for the long tutorial, but it was, and sorry for forgetting it was under generic and maps for normal maps, but yeah, that's where it's at. Simple Google search will help you out quite a lot. Helps me out when I don't remember where they exactly put it, but it doesn't make sense. You know, you would figure it'd be under map, but it's not under map. It's under generic normal map. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I will. I'm going to eat tacos, so that should be really good. I'm looking forward to the carnitas tacos. So wish us luck for parking, because parking in that parking lot is horrendous. And we'll see you all later. Peace out.